landed straight to the king size room, that real room. Melvin can't come here soon enough.
God Cypher Divine. Came on a little bit late today, see if we could get on business. And we're looking for real hip hop today too. Master student. True self. Yeah, I just came on, so the notifications is working. We gotta do it each one, teach one. Hit the like button so everybody else can be made aware. Probably got to come out around the way tomorrow. God Cypher Divine. I probably got to come around the way around. I'll probably be out in Jamaica. Oh, that's what they call it. Oh, Pittsfield. Pittsfield is Palestine. The Universal Rally is on the understanding that it's Cypher Day. Tomorrow there's an event going on up here at the school. I'm not exactly sure what they call it. Get a few more people, man, because I don't know if we're gonna be ready to go back today. What did I miss? Who gets in? Fly phrase from Providence Plantations. Your notifications going out slow today. D Christian, you be constant on the degrees. What degrees you up to now, master student? Universal truth. You speak, you change your little avatar. All right, Black Justice. Fly phrase from Providence Plantations. Wait, master student, you know the whole 120 now? Am I missing something, master student, or did I miss something? Where's no one can get in touch with real hip hop? But master student, are you saying you know the whole 120? You know the whole 120 now? Oh yeah, in Region 2, yeah, the guy Magnetic was telling me about that. We got something going on over here at the school tomorrow. Yeah, I gotta be on deck to make sure that flows smoothly. That yeah, I gotta make it up in that area. The rally that y'all having is like a one, like this is y'all got that one planned, or uh, y'all got that's gonna be how the rally. That's what's the regular schedule for the rally up there? Smell goods. No, master student. How many degrees do you have on cap? If somebody says what degrees you knowledge, it means how many do you have on cap? Mr. Jam, Jam. All right, no doubt, smell goods. All right, so in Lawrence, Massachusetts, they're having a rally every other month from the Wisdom Hour to the God Hour. That's a start. Halftime, Natural Jewel, Peace, Natural Jewel. Where you from? Natural Jewel is new. So, all the de-Christian, etc. Y'all need to be on your best behavior so we can demonstrate that this is a Hotep channel. Land of Peace. That's Land of Peace is Patterson, right? I just came back from the Land of Truth. I was out there last night, left my phone out there. So I've been pretty far out the loop for the day. Got a little reality TV over here playing in the background. Yo, what's the deal? Smell goods? You got keep typing the same thing. All right, so master student, you and the student enrollment. Man, listen, y'all can try to show and prove everything you want before you know 120, and I'm telling you, it's not gonna work. And you may find a way to make it work. You know what I'm saying? But that way is not, it's in the 60 years of history, it hasn't made itself evident that way could work. You got to have 120 on cap. There's no amount of conversations that you can have. I don't care how powered the people that you speak to. If anything, that's in a lot of ways, that's more likely to hold you back. Natural Jew, well, the classes, the actual, my classes is on Mondays and Tuesdays. Monday at 6, Tuesday at 7. But I'm pretty much on every day except Thursday. But just in general, in the amount of time that the lives have been going on, uh, in the amount of time that the lives have been going on, most of y'all could have learned 120. Like that's been, 8 months or maybe 7 months for the lives because I started the lives a little bit after. But, the bottom line, even of being able to follow along with what I'm saying, knowing 120 makes that a whole lot easier. So, with everybody, I hear you, the whole spiel, you living it out and you trying to live with this message and show and prove that and this. Listen, man, you can't come to the understanding without having the knowledge and wisdom. You got to know 120 and you got to be able to speak it. Now, don't get me wrong, like I said, there may be some other ways. But if you want to try the way that, the whole point of Allah dealing with what he dealt with, you understand what I'm saying? The whole point of us being a nation and everything, you understand what I'm saying? Is, and like I said, with civilization, that's what civilization does. Civilizations transmit knowledge from person to person, from generation to generation, from place to place. This is what civilization does. So that we don't have to continue to invent the wheel, right? We could draw off of the accomplishments of people who've been a part of the civilization before us. You understand what I mean? So uh, it's one of them situations where you're taking the hard way out. And I'm giving you the easy way. Learn the whole 120. Be able to speak it. That's the easiest way. It's the easiest way. You understand what I'm saying? And we have to complete 120. You gotta live it. No. Living it is 4. Knowledging it is 1. You're never going to get to 4 without passing 1. See, because when you say you live it, you gotta remember in the 120 also is the making of the devil. Are you living that out? When it says, tell us what and how the devil is made, are you living that out? I mean, that's peace that you get that from. You. Get that. 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 From you know, you gotta deal with fathership. See, this mom is going to teach God's children civilization. You know, that's mothership. But you said mandatory vaccinations in Massachusetts. It's not mandatory vaccinations everywhere. See, I got this reality TV over here playing in the background. I'm looking for the fight scene. The fight scene is going to be coming soon. What happened to real hip hop? And what happened to real hip hop and all on the business? I don't know. That's D. Christian said mandatory vaccinations in Massachusetts. I don't know how he knows that. But at any rate, you know, the Rhode Island don't have mandatory shots. So the brother said in Pittsfield in Mecca, Massachusetts, they don't have mandatory shots over there. But you know that kind of state of the art. Now he comes on every night, but he got all different aliases that he comes on now. So you might not have known it was him, but he's generally on. Yeah, that's we'll see what happens. But you know, this is I guess a good segue into the topic of today's live though. The perfect revolution. You know what I'm saying? I asked, myself that question, you know, is there such a thing as a perfect revolution? You know what I'm saying? Because I was looking at how, a couple of months ago when we was dealing with the presidential primaries, right? One of the most important questions they was asking was about, reparations. All issues that was going to, benefit original people was on the table. You know what I'm saying? And now it's all been, swept to the side. You know, have we actually, uh, you know, uh, destroyed the revolution with criticism? You know what I'm saying? Like, some people didn't like protesting. You know what I'm saying? Some people didn't like looting. Some people didn't like other groups that might have made it come up, in the midst. You understand what I'm saying? So if these people over here is going to benefit, then you know you would rather just criticize whatever was going on than you know not even to say be a part of it, but just allow it to run its course. Have we done allowing people to vent, right, is a tactic to get what you want. And how many times, uh, you know, your parents might have came in your room or something, and they yelling about this thing or that thing, you know, and you just listen to them, you hear them out, and then when they close the door, you turn the radio up and go back to doing whatever you was doing that they was complaining about. You understand what I'm saying? That's like a divine said, I can see that as a perfect revolution can only exist if the people are all of one mindset. Nowadays, people who are original have separate agendas. Revolution is war, and war is never perfect. Right? Now, that's what I'm saying. Because see, when you say it can only be perfect, I'm saying, does the perfect revolution even exist? Like, can that even exist? Like, even if you look at, the 5% itself, right? I don't like everybody that's 5%. Okay, now God said with the mindset it doesn't exist by definition, but is that what we was looking for? Meaning, if especially if you took a survey in this particular chat room, you know, there was 1,000 reasons, to be against it. You know, some people was against it, right? Some people was against it because Black Lives Matter was involved. You know, some people was against it because it was protesting. Some people was against it because Target got set on fire. Some people was against it because Gucci got looted. Some people was against it because, well, we not saying nothing when it's, what about black on black crime? And if each person take their chunk out of it, then what's left? Philip Deshazaur said if we define revolution, then we can perfect it. Well, what definition would you go with that you're in the mindset that could be perfected? that's a good point. What does revolution mean? God said in the minds of the original people fought amongst themselves even before the devil was grafted. Our knowledge of 4th degree and 142 is very well. Born you truth, let's not act like the Africans wasn't fighting before. No, revolution doesn't mean to revolt against the system. So because you can have a revolt without it being a revolution. See, Jamie Jam makes it another, he said the revolution will not be televised. Some people had a problem with it because it was televised. This reality TV episode is really heating up. It should be fighting in the next 4 minutes. The Christian said revolution equals tangible change. Revolution means change. But I'm saying when you're dealing with change, right? Can you control all the change? And then not just can you control all of the change, can you control all of the impacts of the change? Because see, once you change something, you change all of the reality that's built upon that thing. So I'm saying, the kind of the question that I was asking the whole time, what does revolution look like? What does change look like? What's the actual changes that people want to see? See, because one surefire way, right, to, be unsuccessful is to have everything in mind about what you don't want to do, right? But then you don't actually have in mind what you do want to do. Carlos Clark, Jam said, how does the what and how the devil is made relate with the duty regarding the devil's heads? Today is Study Your Lessons Day. God saving the mindset the so-called Israelites revolted over the Egyptians. They wanted change to the system they was a part of. Yeah, but Nat Turner also led a revolt, and it wasn't successful. In fact, the change that was brought about from Nat Turner revolt was that slavery became more vicious because of the fear that he planted in the colored people from the actions that he took. See, a revolution is when you actually get to a successful revolt. It goes by levels. D. Christian said the change varies from people to people. Now look, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that the change that people is looking for varies from person to person? Philip Jessen's says, self-master, know thyself, and create the change you desire within yourself. That's revolution on a personal level. You know, and that's important that you got to save yourself before you save others. But you know, never forget, man, that everything is subject to be shown and proven. You understand what I'm saying? Part of that, uh, self mastery, uh, you're gonna change yourself. That came from people who failed to change the system. See what I'm saying? Meaning, like, see, Allah, he could had the knowledge of himself already. But him going out and making a change in the world, that was something else. Not saying that it wasn't connected. You see, saving himself is not necessarily going to save others. It's a step that must be taken in order for you to save others. God said the divine has. So the revolution is the result of change. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that a revolution, right, is when change occurs. Universal truth said if anyone gets knowledge to like, if anyone gets knowledge to like or be like, they made a mistake. We ain't gotta like each other. We build when possible by our own choice and based on goals. If revolution is your goal, you need people with the same idea. There's no followers in this. Robert Jefferson said if we can't get on page for one common cause, then we will surely fail at whatever change and reparations we seek. Outside of the mindset, I know that understanding comes at different levels. Two people can knowledge 120, one truth. Those two people can have two different perspectives of the same lessons. I mean, we're getting a little bit off the topic, of the actual opportunity for change that presented itself in 2020. And where we at now from the first half of the year to the second half of the year. terms of just the mindset, in terms of the conversations of the people. You know, now that the time has come to really see, because you know when you know when you make things warm, you know what I'm saying, and your knowledge as a cipher, you know, you're supposed to see, you know, the original idea. The original idea is supposed to be evident in that cipher that's born from that knowledge going to born. You know, has anyone else observed, uh, you know, how certain ideas that was being manifested have been derailed? Like, where is the reparations question right now? Right. The Christian is getting what I'm saying. You know, he said people have a 72-hour memory lifespan. Uh, you know, before reparations was big, George Floyd was big, all that stuff is past tense now. But I'm saying, how did it become past tense? Or was it all just phony from the very beginning? Philip Dessizar said, I think Malcolm X spoke on using the word revolution too casually because revolution is not pretty. Master student said new events took place, and Jamie Jam said propaganda is real. I mean, what y'all saying is understandable, but y'all all speaking from the outside in. See, y'all telling me about what everybody else did. But what I'm saying is, you know, if you have a movement and it's led by the Christians, then we don't like it because they Christian. You know, if it's Muslims, we don't like it because they Muslim. If it's Moors, we don't like it because they speak in Moorish science. You know, if they loot, we don't like it because they turn violent and looted. And then if they protest, we don't like it because it was nonviolent. That's the question. Because if that's the real case, then, you know, it's the next question. If everything y'all saying is true, right, then here's the next question I got then. How bad do you really want it? If we see how bad the colored man wants to oppress people, we see where he's ready to, you know, go through himself as well as subject other people to. And if he could put out a couple of new news stories and all of a sudden everybody forgot about what happened, then do you really, do you really want to be free? Do you really want freedom, justice, and equality? Like, have we come to the point where even the neatness of, all of us making it through in one piece? See, because you can say what you want about the different people's ideology, you know, in the civil rights movement. You can say what you want, but see, one thing they showed is that word is life. See, and they was ready to give their life for what they were saying that they believed in, for what they were saying that they wanted for their people, and what they were saying that they was about. See, I'm not Christian. I'm not religious. I don't believe in holy people and all these, ordained occurrences. So everything don't have to be perfect for me. But in all these different situations, right? You know, what's the role? What's the role that we playing in not bringing about this change? See, because that's something that gets left out when you're dealing with these different movements that took place over the time. See, we hear a lot about the leadership. We hear about the person that came and made the speech, or the person that came and said this or that, the people who came in March. But see, what's left out a lot of times is the sustained effort. You see what I'm saying? Meaning, like, if you hear about the bus boycott, right? Or you hear about the buses in, you hear about the buses in Alabama. And what you hear about is Rosa Parks, you know what I'm saying? You hear about Martin Luther King coming down here, you hear about the marches and everything. But how often do you hear about the year, right, that all the brothers and sisters in Alabama either walked or rode bikes, right, to sustain that movement until uh, the city, or whoever passed this ordinance, you know what I'm saying, uh the sustained effort that it took to make them relent on that, all of these different things that occur, whatever uh freedom, justice, and equality that we gain, it was through sustained effort. You know what I'm saying? The Underground Railroad wasn't automatic, like somebody pressed a button and then people automatically. Nah, it took sustained effort. People had to make multiple trips through, uh, hostile territory, and all things of that nature. Smell goods. I see, you put this here. Actually, because I've been out of the loop all day, I barely, I got this. Someone mentioned this to me, and oh, it's fight time on reality TV. Uh-oh. That's how they do. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, that wasn't very hotel. But yeah, I barely got this news. Uh, smell good as you put here. Peace to our ad unique. Um, you know, I heard something dealing with our ad unique. But sometimes you hear news and it's not. I was hoping that the news that I heard was not accurate. But what's going on with our ad unique? We gotta pause the show for a minute. We gotta pause everything we talking about because I had unique. That's another brother that I came up with. Uh, we came through infancy together in this. This is not Jerry Springer though. This is some other. They do like tattoos or something. But I'm waiting to hear from Smell Goods concerning my brother I add unique. Smell Goods, you still in the room? Speed Racer. Speed Racer said I saw where those civil rights protesters still have criminal records to this day from Jim Crow laws. Calm as Lonely came. And this is exactly what I'm saying. Is that those people was when they was ready to sacrifice for what they said that they wanted. So when these different things happen and we let them get swept under the rug, I mean, do we really want freedom, justice, and equality? You know, like look, ask yourself this question. A lot of people just complained about it, but why was there more white people in the street complaining about black people being killed by police than black people? Is it that not enough of us really cared about it? The Christians said most people don't want to really sacrifice their comforts they have nowadays. Okay, but now listen, what I'm saying is keep it 100. Keep it 100 then. Where does that statement fit in 120 lessons? Where does that statement fit in 120 lessons? Jamie Jim said people stood up all over the world, but how many of them was the people that's actually being beaten and killed by the ones that advocate that kind of God? La Illuminati. You didn't hear by yourself from the from the Hell Brothers. So this Rashid Anderson, I don't know Rashid Anderson. But you saying that this is true that I add unique, return to the essence. Man. And when this happened, Rashid, it got turned super fast. Scrappulating again over here. So this happened today around 4 p.m. Man, that's I see I ain't got my phone on me right now. And what happened? Man, man. It's one of the gladiators, man. Take me a minute to adjust to that information right there, man. That's I knew the guy since the '80s, man. Even though he was from DC, I was from up here. That's gonna be something right there that's gonna be felt, in the whole nation. Uh, that's definitely a position that has to be filled right there. You know what I'm saying? There's some people that, because word was life, they filled a role and a position in the history of this nation. You know what I'm saying? In the history and development, in the nation as a whole, in particular areas specifically. You know, and I had was one of the brothers. You know what I'm saying? Um, somebody's definitely, some individual or group of people is gonna have to step up, man, or that's gonna be a tremendous blow. That's man, you know, it's been uh, it's been it's been a couple of years now, man, where it seemed like these things is happening back to back to back. You know what I'm saying? Where we really gotta take the time, to even just acknowledge one another. You know what I'm saying? Darkim was another brother, you know, Umullah recently, you know what I'm saying? Where, we take knowing people and seeing them and seeing them again for granted, man. You know what I'm saying? We take talking to them on the phone and all of that for granted. But just like, when you look up in the sky, you know what I'm saying? It's some stars up there, if you don't see it, you won't miss it. And then there's some stars up there that man, that you use those for navigation. Yeah, right. You never know the use of a spoon until you don't have one. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes, you may be in this location and that location, you don't realize how, important some brothers was, you know what I'm saying? As an individual to other individuals, but, also in the nation, you know. Illuminati said we losing vital building blocks. Yeah, people that, you know, played their part in laying the foundation. But, you know, in order to get back to build as always build. Yes, see, I kill freedom. Joe, it's been a couple of years, man. A couple of years. You know what I mean? You know, Dumar, Jakey. But to bring this back right here, calm is lonely. And calm is lonely. And got Cyber Divine. I went off on a tangent. You know, when the question is about what is the revolution gonna consist of? What is it gonna look like? The Christian said now is the time to put pride aside, give people their flowers now. Yeah, you know, and for y'all brothers that's, you know, newer in the nation, you know, make sure you build with these brothers, man. Make sure you build with these brothers, man, that, you know, they run down their whole history to you. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I'm this, I'm that, I walk with this person, I know that person, you know. Make sure you absorb that knowledge and wisdom that they got, man. Take the time, you know. Don't just say peace. Go through today's degree. You know what I'm saying? If you got a question about something, you know what I mean? Ask them how they see it. You know, don't just pass all these individuals by, you understand what I'm saying? And allow them to take those jewels to the grave with them. Because those jewels don't belong in the grave. You know, he definitely was a brother that was, you know, he was the holder of a lot of jewels. But getting back to the point, God Cyber Divine and Calm is Lonely, y'all have gotten involved with a little bit of an minutia right here. And no one, people have spoken on it. But has anyone, you know, someone needs to define what revolution does look like. Somebody has to explain, how much does have to happen in order for people to see that, revolution is needed. How much has to happen, because like I said, you can't just save yourself and think that by osmosis, automatically everybody's going to be saved because you saved yourself, right? No, you didn't. You didn't answer it. You said that I asked a question. What is the perfect revolution? And you said all parties dealing with the same mindset. Okay, what's that mindset? Selfish savior doesn't mean save everybody, guaranteed. But in this situation, we're not talking about everybody. We're asking, was anybody saved? Anyone? The Christian said the perfect revolution in my mind is governing our own affairs economically, mentally, socially, not a slave or a tool. Okay, here's I think this where we see when we get in here. There's a lot of hypothetical speech. What I'm talking about is you know this is a cycle now, right? In terms of uh, brothers being killed, you know, that sparking some outrage, you know what I'm saying? And then things going right back to the status quo. You know what I'm saying? And in a lot of these situations, these rebellions, these protests, I mean, yeah, they send in, the National Guard and all these troops out, but it's not being crushed. It's not being crushed by, the government. It's not being crushed by the colored man. It's being dismantled by people who, have excuses not to want to bring about change. For some people, their excuse for not wanting to bring about change is that you have an investment in the system. You have things that you expect to get from the system, right? That's more important to you than freedom, justice, and equality. Being able to get whatever you buying from Target is more important to you than freedom, justice, and equality. Thomas Romney said, "No revolution will be perfect if the devil is still on the planet." Okay, I mean, what does that mean? Like I'm saying, calm is lonely. You as an individual, right? You don't like Black Lives Matter. So is that what made this revolution imperfect? Is because you didn't like some of the people who was doing the protesting? You didn't like the fact that Black trans people was going to see some freedom, justice, and equality too. Not saying that you advocating for them, but just saying that you spent more time trying to stop other crabs from getting out of the barrel than you spent trying to get out of the barrel. Like I'm asking you right now, right? Would it make you put yourself on the line? All right, guys, have you divine. I understand the lessons. I understand the lessons, mindsets, Yakub, all that. I'm talking about right now in 2020, applying that lesson. Right now in 2020, what is going to make people say that, okay, this is more important, right, than going to buy out all the toilet paper at Target because of coronavirus? Like, what's going to make it, right? I'm asking you, how much more has to happen? You, as another individual who didn't like Black Lives Matter. So this is what I'm saying, that we also got to look at this as historic. This is a strategy that's used against us. That you create these kind of factions, right? Whether it's the W.E.B. Du Bois faction, right, against the Booker T. Washington faction, right? Or the W.E.B. Du Bois faction against the Marcus Garvey faction. Or rather, it's the Malcolm X faction against the Martin Luther King faction, right? Whether it's the nonviolent faction versus the militant faction, whether it's the political faction versus the economic faction, that a lot of times we pulling down the progress ourselves. I'm saying that the type of things that our neighborhoods have descended into, at least here in New York, this doesn't seem like people that's taking the opportunity that has been presented. See, things that, people is now acting like, they don't want to lose things that they spend their whole life complaining about. You spend your whole life complaining about the devil's education and all the negative things that's going on over there, but then when presented an opportunity to educate your own, how many people can't wait until the schools open back up? See, the way y'all talking, y'all missed the whole point. See, y'all got in the water, swam about 100 miles, and then y'all wanted to go back to the shore. See, you gotta understand that some people here is being the first people with the biggest bucket of water to put Master's house out when it's on fire. You need to ask yourself if what you're really looking for, right, is not meritorious manumission. A lot of y'all ain't really looking for freedom, justice, and equality. You're looking for meritorious manumission. How many people know what that is? Seems like Christopher Gooding said what Allah put in motion from 64 to 69, perfect revolution. Now, it wasn't, I mean, it was perfect for us. And now, what we understand about it, but that don't mean everything went right or that everybody agreed with all the stuff that happened. But what I'm saying is that in this day and time, I watch how that kind of thing could dismantle a movement for freedom, justice, and equality without the colored man really having to lift a finger. Like when the colored man, right, they was under pressure. They was talking about reparations every day, both parties, Republican and Democrats. But the original people couldn't keep enough unity together in order to accomplish nothing with it and push it forward. So I'm asking you, what will be perfect for you? Don't tell me about the lessons because I know the lessons. And I knew the lessons when all this stuff was happening. Karam Islami said, I only question the ultimate goal of the Black Lives Matter. If it is a catalyst for greater change, well and good, but people should be aware of all parties involved. Okay, but here's a question. This is what I'm saying. In any situation of oppression, if there's a lion, right, that's near the pond, this is a drinking pond where everybody comes to drink water, but there's a lion over there. And so now everybody's scared to go get water. If the lion gets taken out, everybody gets to drink, even other animals that you don't like. Everybody's going to come up. So if they got whatever their ultimate goal is, that's what I'm saying. Okay, now that that's known, how do you move forward with that? Like if you know they have whatever different ultimate goal, right? But it's not a question of if they was a catalyst. They definitely was catalyst for certain things. But now, what happened there? Did they use us as useful land, or did we use them as useful land? Divine knowledge of Allah said, I know I understand that the devil is in physical control of our planet right now, but we must use our mind, which is the greatest thing in essence. God said, the divine said one word, unity. Yeah. Unity, teach the truth and shame the devil. Look at T. Washington, Marcus Garvey, you in our verse. Is that not simple enough? No, it's not simple enough. See, look, this is biblical talking. This is biblical talking. See, we come in our own good time. Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey, etc., etc. They laid it down in their time. You telling me that they existed and speaking these buzzwords like unity and all of that? Yes, that I mean. See, first of all, a minute ago you said we can't save everybody. Now you're talking about unity. Look, you gotta pick one. You gotta pick one. Right. What does freedom, justice, and equality look like if it was obtained by the original man? You know what's very important about that question? Because there's been many instances, right, where freedom, justice, and equality was achieved, and then what happened is the some of the original people turned right around and became oppressors, within their own society, without no colored people being involved. But I'm saying, y'all are, talking, it's very understandable, you know, but how do we even get there? Y'all are already at Wakanda. That y'all are already at Wakanda saying, how do we live in Wakanda? I'm saying, how do we even get there? Okay, Mr. Big Bag, God save you the mind. You gave him the power to rule for 6,000 years. Let me see you take it back. True self. Yeah, we didn't have the wordsmith in here today, so True Self took the wordsmith to go for the wordsmith right here. Manumission is defined as the formal process by which a slave owner can give his slaves their legal freedom during the period of American slavery from 1600s to 1865. It was one of the main avenues you didn't finish it. But in particular, meritorious manumission, right, was when you did something so good in the colored man's eyes that you was worthy of your freedom. So if you protected the colored man's life, you know, if his life was in danger, you saved his life, then you got free. Master house was on fire, you know, you saved the master's property, you could get your freedom like that. And see, that you could get your freedom by yourself. So that's what a lot of people is looking for, meritorious manumission. Or I didn't burn down the target. So, you know, I should, you know, be able to live in this society and move a certain kind of way. You know, I maintained the status quo while the other brothers was rebelling. Okay, y'all cited divine. You said, how can us as a people achieve freedom, justice, and equality, create our own system? Okay, who's our? Commons Long said, trouble is Black Lives Matter support overthrowing the system on one hand, which is peace, but then they turn around and want you to vote for Democrats. But I see what you're saying in that protest in a broader sense shouldn't be disregarded based on petty biases that pale in comparison to the bigger picture. Uh, I'm not really saying the trouble is Black Lives Matter support overthrowing the system on one hand, which is peace, but then they turn around and want you to vote for Democrats. Oh, I see what you're saying. That they telling you to still do the mainstream thing and you know vote for the mainstream party. Um, yeah, but that's what they're confused about. Like, have we spent more time, right, worry about what they're confused about than establishing what we're going to get from it? See, because that's the reality of every revolution. Well, at least, you know, when you're talking about on a society basis, see, after the revolution, then there has to be a bang out between all the people who took part in the revolution. See, like if you notice in all those socialist revolutions, right? Then after that, if it's a dictator, then they have the night of the long knives. Does anybody know what the night of the long knives is? See, the night of the long knives, that's when we have a situation, right, where the dictator solidifies his power by coming out and saying, yeah, see, all these people over here, yeah, they enemies of the revolution. Need to be taken out. Little fight scenes going on. I was just checking out here. You know, they enemies of the revolution. They need to be taken out. Or see, in America, we had, there was different, like you had the whiskey rebellion, you know what I mean? Or even all the way up to the Civil War. Those was different factions, right? That all came up during the revolution, and then eventually they had to have a bang out. That's just a reality of these social revolutions. I'm not saying that every single revolution in every single sense of the word results in that, but there's always factions within the whole force that handled the revolution, that brought the revolution about. That then after that, they have to bang out about ideology. So that's what I'm saying. Are we really looking at what's going on, or are we looking at some other kind of, perfect scenario where we wouldn't have to worry about that? Or are we looking at the fact that no, this is just a part of the reality of, these socio-political revolutions that's been occurring at least since the Roman Empire? Even when you deal with the Greeks, yeah, they had to fight off the Persians and all these other people. But then once that happened, the Greeks, the Spartans, and the Athenians start fighting. Once Christianity started flourishing, then you had the different sects, within the Christian world start banging out. Same thing happened with Islam. So that's what I'm saying. What is it? What is it? You told me what is the trouble with the Black Lives Matter thing. Okay, what would it be if it was perfect? Julie TV. Let me see Julie TV in quite some while. Ron Knowledge said, every time we have the devil on the run, he throw us some crumbs and we get complacent and everything go back to square one. True Self said got distracted. L7. We got the the L brother. L brother's been pretty strong up in here. The L brothers come through. That's what I'm saying. But if we that easily distracted, do we really want the freedom, justice, and equality? Or are we really enjoying this, what we call in hell, what we keep telling people is hell that we dealing with? Are we really enjoying it though? Are we really enjoying it? Godson Devon said, "Our is the original man, the 17 million plus the 2 million Indians. All seeds, black, brown, yellow, and white. 5% any color. Like minds is what I'm speaking on." Ah, my man, I have no. What are you talking about? Look, the lessons. That's 1934. I'm talking about in 2020. I'm talking about Queens, New York. I'm talking about the situation where you saying that you're the guy, the sole controller that's in charge of this. Julie TV said that's what happened in Germany with Hitler. Are you talking about the Night of the Long Knives? Or are you talking about the different factions? Because you had the different factions. You had the SS, you had the SA, you know what I mean? You had different military forces within there, and those was all different factions that didn't get along. You know, the Night of the Long Knives, yeah, happened with if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, Germany had his Night of the Long Knives. Uh, Castro, I think, had a Night of the Long Knives too. Stalin had a Night of the Long Knives. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is uh commonly what occurs. You know what I'm saying? It's not just with the Nazis. See Roy Jones and Tyson, that's the type of thing. That's a good distraction. Illuminati said, "What do you think of that King's disease?" Never heard of it. Right, D. Christian, put right here, people want the Foot Locker sales, the Memorial Day sales, Cyber Monday sales, the newest PlayStation. That's what I'm saying. Is that is that is that actually more important? Is that actually, more important than freedom, justice, and equality? Illuminati said, "I call it Walmart, McDonald's culture. As long as they can buy things, they're good." So you said here the Council of Jamia. What is the Council of Jamia? Nah, this Chicago, I think I'm watching. I don't know what this is. But it's been nonstop rumbling on here. Right. D. Christian said most people don't even use the words freedom, justice, and equality on a daily basis. Now, what's, is one of the reasons for that people feel like they're already enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. You see what I'm saying? Because if you feel that you have a good enough position within the system of oppression, then you don't really mind the oppression. You just don't want to be on the bottom rung. You just don't want to be on the very bottom of the oppression. But if you could be up here somewhere, you know, where you still got the Jordans and the Kanye's, then you good. And what I'm saying is, keep it real. See, look, if you're a person that's really about freedom, justice, and equality, understand that that's what these other people is about. And understand what you're getting into if you deal with them. Same way you understand what you're getting into if you do crime with a person who's a snitch. Understand what you're getting into if you get into all this intellectualizing about freedom, justice, and equality, about people whose word is not life. See, when we just dealing with the religion of our God, we dealing with this pro-black kind of religion where we talking about, yeah, and whitey this and whitey that and take them off the planet. But we really don't have any ideas. Where's the ideas? Where's the ideas that's going to be manifested that's going to take the devil off the planet just like he got on the planet from a what? Idea. Question. He's not retarded. What does prescribed law mean? For my high scientist that's on the 1 in 40, what does prescribed law mean? Divine knowledge said, what I do to knowledge to the political parties, they are gangs, blue and red. They are the manifestation of Crips and Bloods, and use their military to keep us physically in check. Karmazwami said the law is meant to accomplish a specific task or goal. That's not what a law is. But what is a prescribed law in particular? So you got religious law, you got criminal law, corporate law, what is the prescribed law? What does it mean? L7 said prescribed laws are rules set in place to govern a thing. See, see, prescribed law, right? Scribe means written, right? And pre means before. So see, this is from the history that's predicted. This is from the history that was written 25,000 years in advance. In that history was prescribed laws about how certain things were supposed to take place. My analysis of the Black Lives Matter movement is just an illusion, because if it was real, we wouldn't be killing each other. No, you can't say that. Because we was killing each other before it was Black Lives Matter. We was killing each other the whole time it's been Black Lives Matter, and we kill each other in places where Black Lives Matter is not over. You see, this is what I'm saying. Everyone has an analysis on what Black Lives Matter, the organization, is and isn't. You see, it's just like I said, man. You know, would you, would you go back to slavery right now because the Union Army, in reality, had no love for the original people? Like in the Civil War, it was the same thing as what's going on now. Where if you would have went out there in the field, you would have said, "Ain't that much black people out there fighting this war?" That's going to end slavery. It's not that many black people out there. It's all these white people. And those white people, yeah, their agenda is something totally different. They're about making money for themselves. They're not about the real freedom of these people. What did Abraham Lincoln say? All I want to do is save the Union. And if I could do that without freeing one slave, I would do it. But is anybody going back right now saying that the Emancipation Proclamation is an illusion? The 13th Amendment is an illusion? Which is actually, in some ways, it isn't, but that's a different conversation. I'm just talking about from the standpoint of, we can point out all types of flaws in that movement as well. Right now, would you go back to, which some people would, but would you go back to separated water fountains? Would you go back to, white people referring to you as boy because the NAACP, who had a lot to do with getting those laws passed? Would you say that because the NAACP was mostly backed by white people, that you would go back to living the way it was in the 40s and 50s? You know, the brothers who was around in 1865, they didn't care that the Union Army was all white. All they cared is I ain't got to get up in the morning and bale no cotton for no money. But they didn't just sit around looking at that, right? They went and conducted the activities of Reconstruction. They made plans to build their communities. They built the Black Wall Streets and all these places because they had a plan of what they was going to do with that freedom. So what's the other plan? You know, from the scholars here. Divine knowledge said the devil used these so-called movements to make money and at the same time keep us divided. Um, I mean, the devil is going to make money regardless. That's what they do. You know, we live in a capitalist society. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm saying. Uh, See, I don't have a team when it comes to colored people. Divine knowledge said if the devil wanted to put us back in chattel slavery right now, he could do it. Nah. I mean, if by us you mean you including me, no. 'Where you from? Where you from, divine knowledge? 793rd. Now the devil can't put us back in slavery now. He would have to start the process all over again. Chattel slavery, meaning the science that's in the Willie Lynch letter. You understand what I'm saying? There's too many people now that is of the mind state of knowing, there's too many people that's of the mind state of knowing that we not slaves. You understand what I'm saying? Remember you had from 1555, right, to 1619, people had to be trained. People had to be trained into being slaves. You know what I'm saying? And also dealing with the signs of the Willie Lynch letter, we're saying, look, you can't let these people know that they was ever free. You can't let them know any element of their power. You can't let them know what's inside their power to do if you're trying to enslave them. You're gonna have constant rebellions on the plantation. So I'm saying that in order to institute chattel slavery, they will have to start the process all over again. Now that right there, I agree with you on my knowledge. My knowledge said the only way we're going to unite is if people saw us being put in chattel slavery as something that was getting ready to happen. I do agree with you on that, in that so far in the society that we exist in right now, a common enemy brings about unity faster than a common cause. You know what I'm saying? And as long as that's the case, we're gonna be dealing with these situations where, because see, that's reacting. You constantly reacting to the enemy and whatever the enemy is doing. And you never really, benefiting yourself and your community by pushing forward a common cause. Yeah, where you from geographically, my knowledge. Oh yeah, smell good. This is like halfway rant. This is like halfway rant right here. My knowledge said people are already following instructions by wearing a mask. You know, uh, that's a level of fear that's been causing the people. You right? You know what I'm saying? But chattel slavery is still something that people have to be trained into. Okay, so divine knowledge was born in Costa Rica, right? Now, uh, and where you rest now? All right, so you rest in Piedmont now, right? Now, this is what I'm saying. When your family migrated, right, from Costa Rica to New York, you know what I'm saying? Lots of other people migrated there as well. And they migrated there for, what appeared to be an opportunity. But each people who migrated here, right, they migrated here to take advantage. They had their own plan to take advantage of whatever the opportunity was. Whether they came here thinking about getting an education, whether they came here thinking about owning a business, whether they came here thinking about owning property, whatever the case may be. Whatever is the different business that they came here, that they might have had expertise in, that they came here to open, whatever the case may be. But everybody's dealing with their own opportunity. So right now, listen, if the colored man, if the devil civilization falls tomorrow, there's going to be all kinds of people that benefit. But if we're so concerned with who's the other people that's going to benefit that we don't take the devil off the planet, you kind of cutting off your nose to spite your face. It's got to be an affirmative plan. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be an affirmative plan on, a law world manifest. It's got to be an affirmative plan on that. You understand what I'm saying? Like the founder of this nation. The founder of this nation came from an affirmative plan that was based on the law world manifest. It wasn't, we don't have any teachings. Well, look, if it comes about that the colored man does this, then I want y'all to do that. You understand what I'm saying? If it comes about that the colored man says he's not going to do this, okay, then I don't want y'all to do that. And I'm saying that understand what I'm saying is that that's a thing. That's a thing. Where I mean, there's no questioning, right? The amount of power that would have been manifested if Martin Luther King and Malcolm X would have came together. Not necessarily came together and what they believe in, all of that, but being able to, okay, we could work on this thing right here. I don't have to become Muslim. You don't have to become Christian. But on this common cause right here, we're not going to work against each other. We're not going to allow the colored man to get his mean gene on, right? And have us clashing in a way that diminishes our power, diminishes each of our power as individuals. It also diminishes the power that would come about if we came together for one common cause. Comes Norman said, I think a movement towards some type of communal living would be beneficial just to wean people away from depending on the government. This is that's a political economic strategy. Divine Knowledge said, when I drew the knowledge, my parents had no need to come to America. They were already professionals in Costa Rica. I mean, I don't know. It could be for a few dollars more. Whatever they was professionals at in Costa Rica, you know what I'm saying? Maybe, they still wasn't, living to whatever standard they felt their expertise could afford it. But when they got here, they had to have an affirmative plan of action on what they was going to do, or else you're going to get caught up in somebody else's plan. See, if you don't have no plan for yourself, there's other people out there that got plans that they need help. Say Yaqub was somebody who had a plan. He needed 59,999 people to assist. If you don't have your own plan, you could easily end up being one of the 59,999. And I'm saying that's what continues to happen in these situations. See, we can't have it both ways. Like when we look at these, what's the name? So just like, we say on here all the time, that you can take any speech, right? Going back, the whole 20th century. You can take any speech where any brother or sister was speaking about the lack of freedom, justice, and equality for the original people in America, and you can play it right now. And it applies just as much right now as it did back then. So somewhere down the line, we got to look at what, look, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You see, we base everything on knowledge, but what we base on knowledge is our actions. We base the actions that it actually takes to achieve freedom, justice, and equality. See, it's easy to see when you look at the consequences of when we don't base our actions on knowledge. See, you base your actions on some city signs, some street shit, and you end up in the penitentiary. Or you end up, with your life in jeopardy or even losing it. That's when you don't base what you're saying on knowledge. But what's the knowledge that you do want to base your stuff on? What's the knowledge that you do want to base your actions on? So now back to the question, what is the proper way that revolution would look? Because see, y'all say y'all the 5%, y'all supposed to be the leaders of the revolution. If y'all supposed to be the leaders of it, maybe y'all need to have the clearest vision of it. My knowledge that people just come to the wilderness of America because of the illusion, like John Hawkins said, that peace. Hold on for a second, Chuck. individuals. We never got real hip hop in here today, or all in the business. You know, two other individuals that well, they kind of, on the opposite side of the spectrum. Where all in the business is more of the mindset that we use the luck formula. You know what I'm saying? Whereas real hip hop appears to be more on the mindset that we need a more perfect revolution. Does anyone who knows the luck formula? Philip Deshazar said we have been programmed to stay in our places by radio, TV, kindergarten to college. We know where the ledge is because they told us immigrants are not indoctrinated like us. They do, we dare not. Great points. Does anyone know the formula for luck? Anyone? Anyone? Divine knowledge said the devil knows what our degrees say, and he don't care as long as we don't act on it. And that's exactly my point. Is that when are we going to act on it? See, I don't know if you tuned in the other day when we dealt with, look, you got the sinner man that searched for trillions of years, and you got the sinner man that agreed. And then you got the sinner man that actually came to your aid, that actually did something with that knowledge. No one knows the formula for luck. Anyone? Anyone? No one? Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. See, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. By now, so we built on this topic before, and I told you as long as we keep talking, nothing is going to change. Well, it depends on what we're talking about. If we just speaking religiously in terms of, this is the white man, this is what he do, we the black man, this is what we do, and not speaking, in terms of an actual, an actual blueprint for action, then yeah, nothing is gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? But when you deal with uh, preparation and opportunity, you know, uh, what prepares you for something, it may not be direct. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, let's say as an example, uh, there may have been something. Let's say when you was younger, you might have used to ride bikes. Maybe that was just something that you like to do. You like to ride bikes. So then that riding bikes that may have built up your leg strength. Because maybe you lived in an area where it was hills and mountains. So, but when you get an opportunity to use that leg strength, it may not necessarily be that you're using it riding bikes. It might be something else. When you get an opportunity to use that leg strength, right, for some kind of benefit for yourself. You see what I'm saying? When you was little, your moms might have always made you read books. But the books that you read, they might have been fairy tale books. See, that prepared you for when you got older and you got into studies, you know what I'm saying, and you was used to reading. You knew how to go and use the library and all of these things. So now what I'm saying, in this, getting back to the whole point of if you prepared yourself, right, to activate ideas and plans, right, to achieve freedom, justice, and equality, right, and then you get an opportunity to achieve it, then we apply that knowledge. We apply it right there. You said a Nipsey Hustle line. Divine knowledge said luck is dealing with the 5 P's. Proper preparation produces perfect performance. See, this luck defined as success or failure apparently brought by chance rather than through one's own actions. See, that rarely happens. I'm not going to say that it never, just you got the law of averages. The law of averages does apply where if you do something enough times, you're going to get every possible outcome. You see, most of the time, like when you say, yo, that dude caught the other dude with a lucky punch, nah. And you got somebody that's been training for this fight for 3 months, you know what I'm saying? They've been training boxing how much ever years. They had X amount of fights. And then after all that, you're going to say it's luck. No, that's all that preparation that went into it. And then that opportunity presented itself for such a split second. See, the person recognized it because they was prepared for it. You didn't recognize it because you wasn't prepared for it. So again, with this situation, the opportunity presented itself where we could have brought about some change in the collective condition of everybody. You know, change actually was brought about. But so far, most of that change has been, on a legislative level or whatever. You had a few new laws or whatever get passed about, how police is supposed to deal with, how police is supposed to deal with civilians and everything. Whoa, it's almost fight time again. You know what I'm saying? But we don't know necessarily how those policies is going to be enforced. Remember, you got law and then you got policy and then you got the enforcement of that law and policy. You got plenty of laws on the books that they choose not to enforce. You got plenty of laws on the books that the official policy is actually antagonistic with the law. It works against the law. So that's what they did. That's what they was forced to do. They was forced to bring some officers to trial and all of the things of that nature. But what did we do? Or, let me ask that question. Um, am I the only one who saw, these different rebellions, the different changes that was made, the progress that was being made? Am I the only one who saw that as an opportunity to increase freedom, justice, and equality? Am I the only person that sees it, now that, you just ended up with a situation with people online, you know, to go to Jimmy Jazz and Foot Locker, you know, the neighborhoods heating up with all this different type of violence, you know, the political arena kind of going in a whole other direction now. You know what I'm saying? Then things that they was being forced to deal with in terms of reparations and things benefit for Black people. Am I the only person who sees that as a lost opportunity? Or did I get myself too hyped and all of this was just business as usual, par for the course, and I never should have been looking at this as any type of opportunity. Mr. Green one, I was born, came in. Smell Good said now is a great opportunity for a lot more building. The people's eyes and ears are open. Uh, you know, they eyes and ears is open. Uh, you know, uh, the window is closing though. See, because one thing about laws that get passed in America is just a phenomenon about laws that get passed in America. Laws that get passed for the benefit of original people is often used by other people. Other people are the ones who get the most benefit from it. You understand what I'm saying? Uh, the 14th Amendment is used mostly by corporate America to assert that a corporation is a person, you know what I'm saying, as defined in that 14th Amendment. And as a person, it has certain rights. That's what a lot of the cases that's brought about. If you look at a lot of these laws that was passed to benefit black people, right? The cases that have been brought based on those laws, right, is often brought by other people. And by the same token, laws that's passed to restrict other people often end up getting applied to us. You know what I'm saying? Probably the most famous one right now that I can think of off the top of my head is the RICO charge. The RICO charge that was designed for the mob and the mafia. But when you look at all of those brothers that's been incarcerated, all these different mass incarcerations that we talking about, the biggest time that they got over there is the conspiracy charges. So I'm just saying that to say that, yeah, that law can be passed, but then what are we going to do with it? You see what I'm saying? When the Emancipation Proclamation was passed, the brothers who established, like I said, the Black Wall Streets, all these different things, you understand what I mean? They actually did something with those laws. They actually used it to the benefit of them and their community. My knowledge said right now the devil is dealing with genetic annihilation. The power is in our hands whether we let nature take its course or wait for something catastrophic to happen to our planet. What do you mean genetic annihilation? If, if, if he's trying to deal with genetic annihilation, he's not being very successful in his undertakings. It's a good point D. Christian brings up by Claude Addison. Claude Addison. Claude Anderson. Claude Anderson says It's when we're focusing time and energy on symbolism rather than substance. See this bony eye FNAF? That's the law of world manifest right there. Um, I give you an example, of an idea that I came up with. You know what I'm saying? Uh, what's been done is the computer room at a large school in Mecca, right? Is when the school year starts and they start doing the remote learning, the computer room is going to be a remote learning center. So where you got a lot of kids, they logging on, but they logging on their phones. So they can't hardly see the way they need to see. And also, if their parents got to go to work or whatever, or they can't supervise them all the time, you don't know that the kids is logging on. So we're gonna have the computer room open. There's gonna be a teacher in the room, right, to make sure that everybody is logging on. And then also if they need any help to help them with the schoolwork. So this is the idea that I came up with to take advantage, right, of the opportunity what's going on, right, so that we could be the ones that's educating our young. Has anybody heard, like, when you have all these different statues that they've been taking down, has anybody heard the history behind those statues and the how and the why those statues got put up? Anyone? Anyone? The Christian first. Let's deal with the history of how they went up. Divine knowledge said they have a recessive gene which does not allow them to reproduce more than the original man. Okay. Knowledge Born said the Sisters of the Confederacy, but particularly as it pertains to what I'm talking about right now, is uh, the Sisters of the Confederacy. The reason they put those uh, statues up was during the time when a lot of the men who had fought in the Civil War on the side of the South was dying off. They was getting older. So in order to, you know, kind of make them heroes, first of all, through a revisionist history, you know what I'm saying? But to make them heroes to the young, they put a lot of those statues up around the turn of the 20th century in the very early 1900s. They put those statues up so that that whole Civil War cause and that mindset can be preserved for the young. And what's significant about that is that those kids who was born around that time in the early part of the 20th century, those was the Bull Connors. Those was the George Wallaces. They was the kids that was raised in that mindset. So I went through all that to say that, you know, this opportunity to deal with the education is an opportunity, right, to raise our young in a situation where they'll be more in tune with our mindset. Instead of being sent to school to be indoctrinated into consumer culture and, you know, all the different things that y'all been speaking about right here. So that's just one idea, though. That's just one idea. Who else has come up with an idea, you know, or what other ideas can we come up with to bring about a change? Philip Deschazar said, what curriculum we must re-evaluate and adapt our children's curriculum? No. 1 + 1 is 2. 2 + 2 is 4. We don't have to adapt that. You see, you know, the teacher is a prism. You know what I'm saying? Through which the light comes through. You know, and it gets the light gets bit in different ways. You know, when the light is given. See, because it's not the curriculum, it's the indoctrination. It's the indoctrination into what you should be using this knowledge for. See, it's the fact that when you send your kids to school, first of all, they getting you know, two major indoctrinations. There's a whole bunch of things going on here. But the first indoctrination, you know, well, one indoctrination they're getting from the school itself and the teachers. You understand what I'm saying? You know, then they get a whole other indoctrination from they get a whole other indoctrination from the other children. Philip Deschazar said 1 + 1 is 2, but George Washington was a wicked person. Is that in it? I mean, what do you mean he was a, like, how is that a part? See, you speaking on the this is added indoctrination. See, George Washington got his history, dude. This history is what it is. See, once you start ascribing certain emotions and certain mentalities and all of that. Now you're dealing with the indoctrination. Well, now said the idea is already in the babies. We just have to be the spark to bring it out. What idea is that? No, no, no. School is not for morals. Your family is where you learn your morals. See, this is what I'm saying. You know, people complain, yo, your kids go to school to pick up all this stuff. Okay, now's each parent's opportunity to teach their own morals. But what idea is this you're saying is already in the babies? The Christian said it's too much work for some people, plus some people don't even like their kids. These things is true. But see, when we start dealing with that, then we gotta admit that look, that's the real problem there. The real problem is not the colored man. Ooh, stole on them. Parking lot going crazy. Got beat down, beat down. So Divine Knowledge said when the babies go to the devil school system, that's the snake bite. And when they come home, you have to be the antidote by teaching them knowledge of self. You see, right now, we have an opportunity for them not to go into the system. Why should our children hear the names of the most wicked folks in a context that doesn't distinguish their immorality? They have to master the devil's degrees before they can master 120? Do y'all brothers have children? What are we talking about? You said now we talking. Okay, now how old are these children that y'all have? And why do they have to master the devil's degrees before they can master 120? All right, you got children from the kindergarten to college, right? Now, how many of them is 5%? My knowledge say you got two sets, 30 and 16. Both of your kids got knowledge. How much of it do they practice? See, this is what I'm saying. Philip, that's his all. You understand what I'm saying? If they was born already with this idea, you know, where are all these children? Listen. All I'm telling y'all is that all the things y'all saying is an element of what the children have to be educated in. You can see them being our kids, right? That only gives them one characteristic. When it said, who's the original man? Okay, you the black man, or you the black woman. But when it comes to being the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, father, civilization, God of the universe. You understand what I'm saying? When it comes to doing those things, just because they are children, you know what I'm saying, don't mean that. Okay, divine knowledge of the ideas in their DNA. Okay, why doesn't it come out? Like it's in your DNA to be a certain complexion, you that complexion. It's in your DNA to be a certain height, you that height. So if it's in your DNA to the idea you saying is in their DNA, why is that not manifested? I think y'all missed what I said. You know, Philip Deshazer, because now you bring me back to square one. You said you let the schools school your children for the most part. And what I'm telling you is that I've brainstormed the idea where we educate the children for the most part. That's an opportunity. That's an opportunity that has presented itself right now. I didn't cause that opportunity to happen. But I know how to take advantage of it for the benefit of our people. I'm saying, what other places and ways are we taking advantage? Like, who's seeing the statistics? Jammy Jam, are you still in the room? Anybody in here watch economics? See, if you pay attention to economics, right, you will have come across stories that they tell you about how the richest Americans, right, the 1%, the 10%, right, they've increased their wealth by like 40% or something since the coronavirus hit. They've increased their wealth by like 40% because they recognized the opportunity, right, and they took advantage of that opportunity. Are we recognizing our opportunities? My knowledge said because if you never speak to them of our story, it will not spark them. Yeah, but all this moral stuff don't have to be in it. Meaning, look, what does the lessons tell you morally about John Hart and Hawkins? Why is the skunk taken out of the lessons? And they don't tell you morally, yo, John Hart and Hawkins is a piece of shit. No, it just gives you the factual history of what occurred. And there's another thing, divine knowledge, when you say, when you speak to them of our story, right? What's our story? Yeah, okay. But what I'm saying is, what other plans? Look, this is a question that everybody needs to be asking themselves. See, because this what happens, man. A lot of people talk about all this teaching they doing and all this saving, but then the issue is the only people you ever discuss the knowledge with is other people that got the knowledge too. So you ain't really teaching. You ain't really saving nobody. if you only speaking the other 5% that got the knowledge too. Muhammad said the greatest thing is the mind, not wealth. God said, wow, what kind of question is this? See, this is the type of question, right? That this is what I'm talking about. When you say wow, we still classified as the 5% if we are constantly growing. See, a lot of people is under the impression that they're growing the nation, and they're not. And where's all this growth? See, this is what I'm saying. There's a difference between the rhetoric, right, and the words that's life. See, when word is life, right, I can see the activity of you living and what you're living. I can see the evidence of that activity. So you got a whole field, called archaeology. That's about researching the evidence of the activity of people's lives and how they live. Where's all these people at? And where's the ideas that's being manifested? Where's the plan? You know, I'm speaking on the history, just looking at the blueprints, right? That we've already gotten a chance to observe just through the history of this. Elijah Muhammad had a plan, whether you like his plan or not. Selling papers, selling bean pies, opening restaurants, etc., etc. And you can see the evidence of that word being life. Allah had a definite plan. Look, the first thing you got to do is you got to be able to stand on the square within society. You got to be able to stand upright. If you did something wrong and you owe some time to the devil, go serve that time. Go to school or get a trade. See, when they came with a lot of school, don't forget people. Now you come and people say this, they say that, but look, there's people that went to college from being in a law school. He had an actual plan that people could execute. You know, you correct divine knowledge. You know what I'm saying? There is innate qualities in everybody, but they gotta deal with growth and development. Yeah, they're run out. But see, there's a lot of us that's not doing it. You understand what I'm saying? But you are part of, you know, the yes man, network. We all sit around and talk about how much building we do, but in reality, we're not interacting with any other members of our community. Right? A lot of brothers are literate, and that was one of the things that the school was accomplishing. We had a lot of brothers that, their reading level and all of that wasn't up to par. And that was one of the original things that was going on at the law school of Mecca was that you came here and you brushed up on all your academics. And then from there, dudes got back into regular school, which at that time was Harlem Prep. And from Harlem Prep, brothers got scholarships and went to college. Umar went to Berkeley, man, based on that history that I just told you. You know, that's a plan. That's, Umar, when he first came into the knowledge, he wasn't reading on the proper grade level. And then look at, who he went on to be, what he went on to do, and what he went on to mean to us as a whole nation. You know what I'm saying? But not just our brothers here, but in our community in general, increasing literacy, you know, because remember, part of literacy is also comprehension, reading comprehension, being able to understand the words that you being, whether it's verbally or whether you read. Philip Deshazor said, I have not stood on my square when it comes to my children's vaccines or their public school education. How can I develop a healthier curriculum moving forward? You putting the cart before the horse. See, one thing you gotta remember, man, look, when the kids is in school, look, the devil teach what he teach and you teach what you teach. The question is, are you teaching it? See, Philip, that's just like I said, uh, it's really just about you being there and building with them. See, like for instance, you talking about the different historical people, and telling the story with a certain spin on it. You know, uh, the lessons don't say anything bad about Christopher Columbus. It just gives you the factual history of what happened. That look, the original man been known about over there. So no, you didn't discover it, and as proof that the original man been known over there, when you got over there, it was already original men over there. You gotta take the time to build with your children on that. What is the wrong thing that you're speaking on though? Like, first of all, I'm sure you're not saying, I mean, because so far you only talked about historical characters. And you didn't say that arithmetic is wrong. You didn't say, the law of gravity is wrong. You know, Apparently what you're talking about is, George Washington never told a lie and his, uh, cut down his grandfather's cherry tree. So when you say, letting them learn the wrong thing and 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 then telling them to unlearn it, I really don't. Well, what part of George Washington's history, right, would you put in or take out? Of the standard history, that I would suppose most people, that I got. What would you do to change it? God, see, George Washington was perpetuating genocide against our people. What people would that be? To my knowledge, George Washington fought with his own people. Like I said, some of this stuff I think is this is about what you're teaching at the house. You know what I'm saying? Like when they teach that, chattel slavery was a necessary evil, and it was slavery, but the slaves, they they sang and danced. They sang and danced, so it really wasn't that bad. Like, did you believe that? And see, my family had already gave me a set of values where I knew that was BS when they said it. Are you giving your children the building blocks of illusion? Are you giving them the building blocks of accepting illusion? George Washington ain't try to do no genocide against no black people. George Washington tried to make some money off of black people. George Washington was him and Thomas Jefferson were the biggest two slave owners in the state. He wasn't trying to kill off his property. George Washington was a kidnapping murderer. Who he kidnapped? You saying put what in the context of humanity? Does anybody know, uh, what are some of the building blocks, right, of illusion? What are some of the building blocks that they give you to, uh, get you to accept all the different illusions in society? Divine knowledge and knowledge is an accumulation of facts. You just have to bring it to your understanding and correlate it with this day and time, or is it relevant? Yeah, but see, there's also certain things dealing with the building blocks. Reveal says saying they civilized us, trick knowledge. See, the building blocks, man, of accepting that stuff is when you start off lying to your children. See, when you start telling your children lies like, what Santa Claus brought them for Christmas, when you start telling your children lies like the Easter Bunny bringing chicken eggs, lies like the Tooth Fairy, right? Instead of you explaining to them how logically this is not even possible. See, I never believed in Santa Claus. My parents never taught me about Santa Claus. That's something I learned. I seen other people doing it. I used to get gifts. I used to get plenty of toys for Christmas. You know, but my father's motto was, look, I work hard. I work hard for all this stuff here, So I'm not about to say that no magical white man got it. No, I got it. You see what I'm saying? And then any time the topic would come up, he would explain how logically think about it. How could that be the case? So this already gave me a mindset of nah, man, look for the reality, man. Just because all these people are saying it, all these people, don't let that confuse you. See, because you go to school and the teacher's telling you about Santa Claus. You see, when you've already given them the building blocks of that, then yeah, they go to school and they tell them anything. But that's how you build, you know what I mean, or that's how you help a child to calibrate their self-balance and scale of justice, is by giving them the building blocks on how to weigh and judge things. Instead of the building blocks on taking things on face value and accepting things because that's what everybody else said. Right, reveal that look, I had the same question. What is he doing? You know, uh how's he getting in the house? We don't have a chimney. See all that illusion that's dealing with that. In the fact that look who you are in relationship to the child, lying to them. Like you the person who the child has the most trust, love, experience, etc., etc., etc. with. So yeah, you made it just that much easier for them to accept all those, all the rest of the illusions that they're gonna get introduced to. Right, Julie TV make a good point right here. The same parents that tell all these lies to the child then expect for the child to only tell them the truth. But this is also something that you've already trained into them. There's reasons to lie, for your good. So Greenwood said you would do better by saying that you want the babies to be taught the truth, minus the lies and falsehoods, and that they be brought up with the foundation to expand towards greatness. These is just the things, which I don't know how old you are. I would assume you said you got kids going to college that, you probably, the wordsmith came in, you probably was exposed to certain things. Like, one of the very formative events that happened, if you was around in the 70s, you know what I'm saying? Like if you was born, in time enough to see roots, You know what I'm saying? Like if you saw roots that impressed upon you the truth, you know what I'm saying, of the conditions of slavery, you know what I'm saying, or to a certain degree. So like I said, you know, I'm not gonna go like for instance, when I was in elementary, there was a story circulating about George Washington. That one time George Washington was strapped for cash. And so one of his overseers was trying to help him out, and he was going to sell. So yeah, Phil, you see, well, yeah, you might you seen Roots early. I don't know if you seen that because when it first came out, 78, But at any rate, I'm just saying that after seeing that, uh, and also just being around in the last days of Jim Crow. You know what I'm saying? Knowing certain people in my family, the type of stories that they told and everything. You know what I'm saying? Well, I didn't finish the story about George Washington. Uh, so George Washington saw the overseer when he was going to sell some of the slaves, and uh, so he stopped the overseer and said, "Listen, I don't want you to sell those slaves, even though I need the money, because the new owner might be cruel to them, and I love them so much. I don't want to see anything cruel happen to them." See, I wasn't gonna believe no cock and bull like that. You understand what I'm saying? My parents taught me better than that. You know, what do you even teach? What do you teach your children that school is? See, I tell my children already, look, I send you to school to get a piece of paper that says you can move around in society on these certain levels. That's just a certificate to move, you understand what I'm saying, in that society at certain levels. So now because you got this credential that you could put down on this resume, you could move, you could go apply for different jobs than a person who don't have that. But in terms, I tell them, look, I could already teach you everything I want you to know. I teach you that right here. I send you over there to get a paper so that you can move in that society. Or are you teaching them, go there, listen to everything the teacher's saying, and the teacher's gonna make you. This is what I'm saying. This is why I can send my kids to school. I already know they're not gonna come back telling me that Christopher Columbus discovered America, you know, George Washington never told a lie. They're not gonna come back and tell me that like that. Over the last 21 years, since they've been going there, really a little bit more, nobody's come back and said nothing like that. Bill said I saw Dr. Khalid Muhammad live at North Carolina A&T in the late '80s. Yeah, Khalid, you should come by here. I knew Khalid. Reveal said I didn't watch Roots until a couple of years ago. That image they portray has a strong subconscious effect on those taking things on face value. Didn't want to watch until I had knowledge of self. You talking about the original Roots? Because they came out with another one a couple of years ago. I'm talking about the one with uh a man from Reading Rainbow. What's my man name? Uh what was his name? At any rate, uh I saw the original man, you know, when it first came out, LeVar Burton, that's his name. You know what I'm saying? I saw the original one in '77. You know, why would we do the knowledge to Khalid Muhammad's speech at King College? That got him exiled from the NOI? Not interesting. Um, uh, these is the things, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, oh yeah, when you in elementary school and you see Roots is definitely an eye opener. Um, uh, but what's the brother's name? Not Divine Knowledge. Philip Deshazor. You old enough, and I don't know if this still happens. You know what I'm saying? But you old enough, you in that age group where you didn't get the special instructions before you went to school. I do think that's a good point right there, Divine Knowledge. They keep putting movies out to see if we still asleep. They put certain things in the media where it's like, yeah, well, if you can't see the reality there, we probably good for another 700, 800 years. We good. You talk about 6,000 years, we good for another 700, 800. If you can't see that. Right, Mr. Greenwood, that's true. That, even though, that was it was eye opening, you know, the movie was still diluted, to make it, regular mainstream TV. Like this wasn't HBO and them, back in the days. So yeah, it had to be toned down most definitely. Who didn't get no? Nah, you got instructions. I would say, uh, I mean, definitely if you was in my age group, we all got specific instructions uh, pertaining to what school was about. So yeah, if you from Southern Virginia, then when you went to school, you got to talk about how look, you're gonna be going to school now. This is a different thing, it's opportunity there. You need to go there and learn what they telling you so that you could better yourself. You know what I'm saying? But listen, when you get over there, there's gonna be people that don't like you. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna be trying to hold you back because they don't want you to get an education so you could better yourself. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna have to do twice as good as them in everything you do, and they still only gonna give you half of the credit. You didn't get that talk when you went to school, and then at the end it was, and listen, don't be telling the people over there at the school about our business what we do in this house. You you didn't get that talk, Phil. Phil got that talk. Trust me. God see said he felt the Black Panther movie was watered down. You mean the Wakanda or the Black Panthers? Phil said I did hear that my city, Danville, Virginia, rioted when Roots aired on television. Yeah, it was. Listen, it was crackling out there. Everybody was ready. Everybody was ready to rumble. Oh yeah, I didn't even see that whole Wakanda thing. I already knew what it was gonna be before. Uh, you know, when they first announced it. The first history I learned about the original man in school. In school, yeah, you probably right. I think the two, what was it, two black people or something that was in Jonestown, Jamestown, Virginia. Those would probably be either them. Um, hold on though, was it them or was it Christmas Addicts? Was probably the first. Those was amongst the first black people that I learned about in school. Um, but those wasn't, like I said, you know, when I got to school, I already knew how to read. I already knew how to count. I already knew how to add. the basic numbers. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know how to multiply and I didn't know how to divide. But addition and subtraction, I already knew that. And I already knew who the original man was. You know what I'm saying? I never, I think I told y'all over here. That was one of the first arguments that I had with the teacher is they showed us the hieroglyphics, and I saw colored people in the hieroglyphics. So I asked the teacher, what is these colored people doing in the hieroglyphics? Because Egypt is Africa. And there never was a time that I didn't know that. So, again, like I said, they can teach what they want to teach. If you give the children the right mindset, they're not going to take things on face value. Exact mathematics said that I see Rosewood. Yeah, I saw Rosewood. It's been a minute, and I didn't see it like a huge amount of times. But yeah, I saw Rosewood. But I was older by then, and it didn't have the same. It sparked some. But not. Uh, I wasn't in my formative years when that happened. Bill said I learned about racist folks firsthand from my racist elementary teachers blindsided me at the age of 6. But that's what I'm saying, that your parents didn't tell you that those teachers that those teachers was gonna be there. My parents prepared me for that. You know what I'm saying? My great grandparents, my whole family, and just the stories that they told of interacting with colored people. It was already that was already a part of my home education. Divine Knowledge said my parents brought me here in 1967. I was 6 years old at the height of the Black Power movement, and everyone has an afro, and they have my hair slicked back. Why are you going to say slicked back? Stop it, 5. Don't say slick back. Apex Cypher, the other AC. Yeah, Nat Turner. I learned about Nat Turner early on too, in terms of in school. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure Divine Knowledge, Fly Phrase, um, and Phil also, I'm sure you recall that when we was younger, right? Uh, they had calendars, and the calendars had all they would be calendars that each month it would be different civil rights leaders, different black leaders. You know what I'm saying? So say like January, of course, you will always have Martin Luther King. Like you see a calendar now that it might be firefighters or whatever, and they got the picture up here, and then the calendar part is down here, and every time you flip it over, it's a new person. So we grew up with calendars like that, where W.E.B. Du Bois and Fannie Lou Hamer and all of these people, we grew up with that. So Phil said, wait, what's this here you talking about, guys? See, he said in Montreal, you never learn what in school. So Phil said I was not ready to defend myself against those seasoned racist attacks, like not falling on the black child with their hand up. Um, I mean, that's shocking. That's shocking. Um, you know, that was the talk that I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? Like how they say now, people have to talk with their kids about how to comply with the police. You understand what I'm saying? How to deal with that level of the system. You know what I'm saying? I was given instructions on how to deal with the education aspect. And they're very related. In New York, you'll find a lot of school teachers and cops as couples. Uh, but I guess that that too though. The way we was kind of taught to handle it was, look, this is the way it is. You know what I'm saying? But uh, this is the hell you're gonna have to go through in order to be right. In order to come out right in this society that we in right now. You understand what I'm saying? Fred said, his mom still got the three-piece mirror of a big Martin Luther King in the middle and two smaller ones of Malcolm and Mandela on the sides hanging up in the crib. Yeah, that's the kind of, you grew up with a consciousness, you know, uh, even in my family that was, they was deeply Christian, and highly religious. Uh, we had the picture. It was like a rug or something. It was like a rug or a towel or something, but it had Martin Luther King in the middle. John Kennedy was on one side, and Robert Kennedy was on the other side. You understand what I'm saying? And it was. I wouldn't say it was necessarily taught like that, but it was common knowledge that they was up there because of the progress that they made in civil rights. Yeah, so see, you're saying, yeah, they teach them how to comply with the cops. Back then, they taught us how to deal with the teachers at the school. You know what I'm saying? But we went off on one little jump off, but the point is still coming back to the signs of recognizing this opportunity, right? Or recognizing, these occurrences, recognizing that the outcome of these occurrences present an opportunity. Like after this, you're going to have whole companies and industries that's going out of business. And you're going to have other companies and industries that's going to come up because people recognize the opportunity. And until we start doing that, you understand what I mean? Or until we take a page out of the brothers that was around, the brothers and sisters that was around in the Reconstruction era. See, we got to start looking at that history, you understand what I mean, as a blueprint. Because we took on my dudes, many of them ain't know how to read and write. There was no Allah, there was no Malcolm, there was no Marcus Garvey, there was no Noble Drew Ali yet. And these brothers and sisters put their minds together, right? And mastered survival over here to the level where they move beyond survival to thriving. Alfred said his grandmothers and moms is mad religious, but still got them joints. The pictures that we was talking about of different civil rights leaders hanging on the wall right next to white Jesus. He said, I want to say we never learned any black historical figures in school. He said, all they learned in Montreal was black people suffering. I was for many years the only black kid in my class. So black as a kid equals shame. Hmm. Right. You're right about that, Mr. Greenwood. Yeah. He brought up a point right here that Anheuser-Busch had calendars that had the great kings and queens of Africa. And yeah, you would have like what's his name? Has or something. All those different Nefertiti. That's how you got introduced to a lot of original people too. Wordsworth said I had a graphic teacher in the third grade that was crazy. Dude used to throw chairs around the room. Yeah, I mean, but we're gonna continue this topic, you know, because we went off on many tangents, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think we got to the point, you know, uh, of what role we have to play in these revolutions. You know what I'm saying? Or are you expecting some Moses to come out and part the sea and then we all make it to the promised land? But we're gonna continue this tomorrow. Uh, Everybody that made it this far, hopefully y'all already did the each one teach one and hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Share this on your different Twitters, Facebook platforms. Um, if you're new to the channel, subscribe. If you wanna be aware of when the live streams happen, click the notification button. Uh, and in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna be checking y'all out tomorrow. And I want everybody to think on that. Everybody to think on that and have something to add on to which ways we can use our creative power to take advantage of the opportunities that we have right now to uplift our own community. Like, it's good to work in concert with other people and the supporters and what they call them, the what you call them, the admirers or whatever. But exactly what can we do for self? Because remember, when you do that, you not only you make that move, but you also set an example. You set an example for the young. Said, I think this COVID-19 closing school is the best opportunity to commit to an Afrocentric curriculum for homeschooling all the way from New York City. Q Butter, yeah, shout out to Q Butter. He do his thing out there, and he's out there in what's that over there by Rockaway, Saratoga. But all this Afrocentric stuff, man. Listen, knowledge is knowledge, man. It don't matter what you center it around. Knowledge is knowledge. Now, what you're grounded in as an individual who does the knowledge to something, you understand what I mean? Like, all the knowledge that you know that you got to weigh and judge this on. But it don't have to be, Afrocentric or Eurocentric. Yeah, it has to be that way for them because they have to tell a certain narrative. You see, it's like when they say, look, all history is Black history. You don't have to put no perspective on it. All you got to do is tell the whole truth. See, like God Savior Divine was saying, yeah, if you only got that part of the truth that starts in 1619, right, in Jamestown, Virginia, of who Black people is and what their history is, if that's all that you got, then you're gonna be messed up. But it's just like, when we look at mathematics, right? Algebra. See, algebra really comes from this uh, a Muslim, or where the Europeans got it was from this Muslim called algebra. Or when you deal with, medicine, somebody brought up Imhotep a minute ago, you know what I'm saying, as opposed to this dude that they got in Greece, Hippocrates. If you don't know about Imhotep, but you don't gotta be Afro that it don't Afrocentric. No, you just tell the history like it is. See, because you can get caught up like that too. All the history didn't take place right there. So, that's something else to consider. But like I said, we're going to continue this tomorrow. In the meantime, peace to all the gods, all the earths, the people that do the knowledge in the background, that observe, oh, that's what it is. I didn't do my homework too. I was supposed to be coming back with the 6 principles of learning for y'all. That's my fault. That'll be in effect tomorrow. But like I said, in the meantime, right now, peace.